Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's in Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
Order submitted. Took a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secret of data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000
Order
each.
submitted.
Tell people
Order
that,
submitted.
If you get a diploma, you're safe.
Order filled.
Otherwise,
Order
you go to
submitted.
hell.
Order
you go to Yale, or
submitted.
you go to jail.
Order
Also,
filled.
his relationship
Order
with the
submitted.
press.
Here's
Order
another
submitted.
contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by
Order
Hulk
filled.
Hogan over
Order
the publication
submitted.
of a sex
Order
tape
submitted.
and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
Found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon
filled.
Valley
Order
who didn't
filled.
want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election
Order
seems,
filled.
it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have
Order
seen our
submitted.
16 most
Order
scorching.
submitted.
Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather,
Order filled.
wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump
Order
announced
canceled.
on June 1st
Order
that the U.S.
submitted.
would withdraw from the
Order
accord.
The
submitted.
reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan
Order
secured pledges
filled.
to cut greenhouse
Order
gases,
submitted.
the
Order
emissions that trap
submitted.
heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict.
Order
But
filled.
even if all pledges
Order
are met,
submitted.
the globe is
Order
expected to
submitted.
warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels,
Order filled.
make emissions
Order
more costly,
filled.
and reduce deforestation. It's estimated
Order
that the deal
submitted.
will require
Order
$13.5
submitted.
trillion
Order
of
submitted.
spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement.
Order
This could make it
submitted.
almost impossible
Order
and even more
submitted.
expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses,
Order
cities,
filled.
and U.S. states
Order
such as
submitted.
California are
Order
already
submitted.
investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. 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 Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human.
Order filled.
And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like.
Order submitted.
Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter.
Order filled. Order filled.
And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order
we close
submitted.
the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. end-to-end cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing you do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid, blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well.
Order submitted.
Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamp coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or
Order
hookups.
submitted.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力，所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blood, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blood in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order
Kyle
submitted.
and Klaus, a
Order
couple who have come
filled.
out,
Order
live
submitted.
streaming on Blood
Order
means
submitted.
something different.
Order filled.
其实我经
Order
常会
submitted.
收到很多
Order
粉丝
filled.
的
Order
一些互
submitted.
动的
Order submitted.
言
Order
就是
submitted.
类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown
Order
from
filled.
a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15
Order
million
submitted.
last
Order
year,
submitted.
mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，布鲁蒂能够成
Order
为全球
filled.
第一家
Order
在
filled.
美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. Let's do the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well.
Order canceled.
And one day,
canceled.
it was me and a few
Order
friends
submitted.
just in a room.
Order
We were casually
Order
chilling, and then
submitted.
someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his
Order
first project
filled.
as
Order
a serious
submitted.
artist.
Order submitted.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a
Order
couple weeks
submitted.
ago.
Order
It's
submitted.
#2 on
Order
Billboard on the R&B
submitted.
charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show
Order
in
filled.
New York City.
Order submitted. Order
Tickets sold
submitted.
out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I
was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see I want to touch him.
Order filled. Order
What do you guys think
submitted.
of Joji?
Order submitted.
That's my dad, son. Did you guys cop the new
Order
EP
filled.
or like?
Order submitted.
I woke up
Order
at 6 in the
submitted.
morning just to cop this shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
the fuck you said I should quit?
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But 88 Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following
Order submitted.
that keeps
Order
coming back
submitted.
for the next thing.
Order filled.
Oh shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future.
Order filled.
This is
Order
its concept
submitted.
store
Order
showcasing
submitted.
the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail.
Order filled.
And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device.
Order filled.
What this allows
Order
the customer
submitted.
to do is
Order
take
submitted.
elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my product.
Order submitted.
I select
Order
a
submitted.
code,
Order
and
submitted.
that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go.
Order
Your
filled.
items would then
Order
be packed
filled.
and dispatched to you afterwards.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Do you want me to turn you so
Order
you're looking
submitted.
outwards?
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Yes, please.
Order filled. Order submitted.
How about
Order submitted.
there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs.?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
Order
Yes,
filled.
she did.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order
there.
submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. He's written it out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday.
Order submitted.
How
Order
yesterday
submitted.
I forced myself
Order
to go to
submitted.
school when I wasn't
Order
very
submitted.
well, and
Order
I was really
submitted.
tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures. Whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments,
Order canceled.
then she's there.
Order
and she
canceled.
means that I feel
Order
like a more
canceled.
valuable person because I'm more reliable.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg Tech
Order
reporter
submitted.
Ian King.
Order
The
submitted.
network talks to
Order
your phone,
submitted.
you look at your phone,
Order
you
submitted.
access data,
Order
then you send
submitted.
something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected.
Order canceled.
We're going to be
Order
able to have
canceled.
real-time monitoring.
Order canceled.
Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication
Order
lag
submitted.
time, known as
Order
latency.
submitted.
A network of
Order
driverless cars
submitted.
will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What
Order
we're being told
filled.
is that's
Order
not actually
submitted.
the case with
Order
5G.
submitted.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost
Order
providers
canceled.
$275 million
canceled.
over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we design an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on
my computer,
Order
essentially.
canceled.
Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now.
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今普通にプロに行って活躍してる方もいらっしゃるんですけど。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブ数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになっていて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Now there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout
Order
videos.
canceled.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims,
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What if everyone it's a girl, Superwoman?
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security. But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Order submitted.
Not at all.
Order
Why?
submitted. Order
Because Steve
submitted.
Jobs said you
Order
can't live your
submitted.
life trying to be somebody
Order
else.
submitted.
So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world class. And everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve
Order
Tanzer,
canceled.
who is
Order
the most
canceled.
experienced
Order
active wine
canceled.
critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that
Order
says something.
submitted.
When
Order
Neil Martin,
submitted.
who's a superstar
Order
wine
submitted.
critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy, and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like the Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world.
Order canceled.
But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that one or two people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have two guys who are ahead of that and one knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis.
Order filled.
They'd only seen
Order
Black Monday.
submitted. Order
They'd just
submitted.
been in a big bull market. It's
Order
very
filled.
different. So
Order
I'm very lucky
submitted.
people of my
Order
generation
submitted.
or a little bit younger have
Order
actually
canceled.
had to deal with a lot
Order
more crises.
canceled.
I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says
Order
is that all the best people want to
Order
work at our
submitted.
company. And that's
Order
really
submitted.
what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent.
Order
and not
filled.
just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the fifth most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt or die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivasAChance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music and their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Lara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business,
get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service.
Order
Mobility
canceled.
as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing
It's
business.
quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable
Order submitted.
within 3 years.
Order submitted.
We will continue
Order
to
submitted.
make
Order
very aggressive
submitted.
investments
Order
in
submitted.
building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term
Order
profitability,
filled.
but as a
Order
company,
submitted.
we will
Order
always be a
submitted.
company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company
Order canceled.
in the past
Order canceled.
was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of
Order
being
submitted.
smart but
Order
transparent
submitted.
at the same time.
Order submitted.
And that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion
Order
issues,
canceled.
because
Order
congestion doesn't
canceled.
help anyone.
Order
It wastes
canceled.
enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the
Order
environment.
submitted.
And
Order
I think
submitted.
that we are aligned
Order
with cities,
submitted.
for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook
Order
breaking
canceled.
things.
Order
We
canceled.
just went
Order
a
canceled.
step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect
Order
for
submitted.
our city
Order
partners,
submitted.
for
Order submitted.
regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless
Order
cars
filled.
going to go?
Order
You talked
submitted.
just
Order
a few days
submitted.
ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well,
Order
I think that
filled. Order
we
submitted.
think there are three
Order
keys to
submitted.
transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary
Order
in order
canceled.
to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean to a
means
layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right
Order
weather,
filled.
or
Order
there may be an
submitted.
accident on
Order submitted.
on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will
Order filled.
send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better.
Order
and
submitted.
In 5 years,
Order submitted.
We'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities.
Order filled.
And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have
Order
a
filled.
driver who
Order
becomes the
submitted.
perfect driver.
Order
It'll
submitted.
take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child
Order
born
filled.
today.
Order
no,
filled.
I don't
Order submitted.
So
Order
within
submitted.
Sort of 20 years from now, we will.
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars,
Order
96%
filled.
of time,
Order filled.
cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a brand.
Had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
I think
Order
that
submitted.
while
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement at the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place.
Order canceled.
For Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question. I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean,
Order
Travis
filled.
would seem
Order
to be the
submitted.
epitome
Order
of that
submitted.
sort of figure. Is that? Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network
Order submitted.
Which
Order
allows
submitted.
us to use autonomous
Order
in
submitted.
a very practical
Order submitted.
way,
Order submitted.
nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. It is Tuesday, April 21st.
Order canceled.
Oil meltdown,
Order
stocks
canceled.
dropping the most
Order
in 3
canceled.
weeks. And Jason, we've got talk of an interim stimulus plan coming out of Washington. This as we're hearing a lot of governors pushing to reopen their states.
Right. A muddled message, a little cloudy as it is here in the tri-state area. Markets seem to be reflecting that rather gloomy mood, as you say. Stocks down the most in 3 weeks. And oil, wow, just continues to be a pretty amazing and almost troubling story to watch as people try and get a handle on what's going on there. I see a little sunshine coming into your window, though, so maybe that's a good...
Just a little bit.
Maybe that's a good sign. All right, well, he's the sunshine of our lives, Charlie Pellet. He's here with the Bloomberg Business Flash. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Keeping an eye on crude. Just looking
Order
at a dip
submitted.
below $9
Order
a
submitted.
barrel here.
Order
8.92 is the
submitted.
quote I'm looking at on a Bloomberg right now. That talking about the June contract. Developing story, President Trump plans to temporarily halt legal immigration into the U.S. A draft version of an executive order would bar people from seeking a range of work visas in the latest effort to contain the fallout from the coronavirus pandemic. According to a draft order obtained by Bloomberg News, this new policy would deny entry to people seeking most types of work visas for at least 90 days. Again, developing story. Stay with Bloomberg. We will have the latest for you. Stocks tumbling the most in 3 weeks. Treasury bonds rallying as turmoil in the crude oil futures market triggers a fresh bout of risk aversion. S&P down 80 now. That's a drop of 2.8%. Dow Industrials down 595.
Order canceled.
Down
Order canceled.
2.5%.
Order canceled.
Have been down 708 at the worst level of the day. We've got Nasdaq down 257, down now by 3%. 10-year up 11/30 with the yield there 0.56%. Gold is moving lower, down 1.2%, $16.75 the ounce. Worth revisiting crude oil, West Texas Intermediate. June WTI falling more than 50%, now under $10 a barrel at $9.34. There's that joke going around you guys might have heard today. Would you like free oil? The answer, no tanks. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Really?
Charlie Pellet, come on.
It
You're
is the
better
big
than
story. Everybody's using it. It's going around.
Oh, man.
I liked what Dennis Carman said to us yesterday toward the end of our program, Carol. You know, last tango in Paris, last contango in Harris County.
I know.
There in
That's
Houston.
clever.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's a little better, I should say, than no tanks. In any case, we are potentially going to hear from Virginia Governor Ralph Northam. If so, we will take you there to the Commonwealth of Virginia. In the meantime, let's talk about what we're going to see in this show. Nobel laureate Paul Krugman back with us. Cannot wait to hear what he has to say about all this. So many of the things he has been writing about for years, as Carol Massar might say, they are coming to roost right now.
Yeah, totally. So I'm looking forward to checking in with him. And I especially want to get his view on what the stimulus that we've done. Is it really something that is helping enough individuals and that will ultimately help the U.S. economy, something he knows so much about? Netflix earnings after the close. This stock has been truly one of the outperformers, up, I think, roughly 30% this year. So we'll see whether or not those earnings live up to expectations or whether this is a stock that has certainly gotten way ahead of those expectations.
Yeah, it seems like the big question there is it just because everyone's watching Netflix, so they think, oh, I should buy some Netflix? I don't know. They seem to be doing well.
Well, we'll see if there's any surprises. Can I just mention, though, speaking of surprises, the Mexico Central Bank just announcing a surprise 50 basis point rate cut. So we continue to see that just crossing the Bloomberg. We continue to see central banks around the world stepping up to help out their economies.
Maybe we'll touch on that in our 3 o'clock hour when we check up with our Eco team. And also, we're going to round out the show, we should mention, talking about both your mind and your body. We're going to talk with the CEOs of Headspace, love that app, and Planet Fitness. We've been having some really nice conversations about the health and wellness world, so eager to hear what both of those gentlemen have to say. In the meantime, let's set the Business Week agenda, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. We've got Elena Popino with us, equity markets reporter at Bloomberg News, on the phone in New York. And then on a remote from New Jersey, Dave Wilson, our stocks editor at Bloomberg News. Dave, all yours. Set the tone today. We're down.
We certainly are. And energy stocks are just sort of down with the market at this point, which is saying something considering what's happening to crude. You look at the June contract losing more than half of its value. It's now what they call the front month contract, so it's the one that people are focusing on. It's where all the trading is. And I'll tell you what else jumps out. There's an exchange-traded fund called the United States Oil Fund. The ticker is USO. Evidently, it's been pretty popular with smaller investors. From what I've seen on Twitter, it is just getting killed in today's trading, down almost 35%. And today, USO kind of put out the last of its shares that it could put out. I mean, there's a limit on how many shares an ETF can have outstanding. And they filed to increase that limit, but the application is still sitting with U.S. regulators. So in the meantime, so the basic mechanism that ETFs use to keep their prices in line with the value of whatever it is they own, it's just out of whack at this point. So, you know, things are kind of crazy given what's happened in the oil market.
Right.
So you see USO at the moment down 36%, trading at $2.40.
And check out, can I just say, check out Eric Balchunas on the terminal, because he has done some writing about this in terms of what's happened with those energy ETFs, Dave. So it's important. Forgive me for cutting you off, but yeah,
No, absolutely.
Check him out.
You know,
yeah.
He's been all over this.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at just the most read stories of the day. USO keeps popping up in a bunch of different headlines. Elena Popina, come on in here. You know, one of the things that I was interested in tracking some of your recent work, including on the terminal today, is we talk a lot implicitly about retail investors and, you know, what they're buying, what they're selling. You heard us joke a little bit about Netflix a few minutes ago. Hedge funds, I'm obsessed with them. Many are. The new season of Billions is coming up in a couple weeks. You know, quick mention there. How are hedge funds playing all this? You did some work on this.
Yeah, so Jason, it's really interesting that
Order
no one
submitted.
saw
Order
this coming.
submitted.
You know,
Order
hedge funds had
submitted.
no idea that WTI futures would fall below zero, but they did anticipate that a really fantastic rebound from late March will not last. So they
Order
have
filled.
been increasing
Order
their
submitted.
bets that
Order
the S&P
submitted.
500 will go down. So as of last week, that bets on short interest bets on the S&P 500 were, take a listen, were the highest since February 2016. So right before the presidential election, before all the uncertainty around the coronavirus, the economy, all of that.
Order
so that
canceled.
tells me
Order
a lot
canceled.
about the level of bearishness and the level of uncertainty around this recent rally that's now
Order
fading.
canceled.
The S&P
Order
is down about
canceled.
2% as we speak. It was down yesterday, so it does have the potential to go down significantly lower with this earnings season being quite frankly terrible. So that means that we could be in for more pain for the S&P 500 in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I think I was talking about on our planning call earlier, a friend of the show and who talks about kind of market dislocations and just, you know, is it just, oh my God, look at what the market's doing again, or is it telling us something? It's not just equity markets that we've seen some crazy moves, the energy markets, credit moves, treasury moves, like maybe all of these really off the wall moves, if you will, and off the chart moves is telling us about there's some real dislocation and some real problems in our markets and ultimately kind of what's going on, obviously, in the economy. So I do wonder, Dave, and hopefully earnings tell us a little bit more about kind of where we go and where we are going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge because companies really aren't saying much about where they're going. You know, you think about IBM pulling forecasts late yesterday.
Right.
Today you saw Philip Morris International doing the same thing. You figure a cigarette company, what would they have to pull forecast for? They actually have a few things. People aren't flying, so the cigarettes aren't getting sold in duty-free stores, and that's a big issue for that company because you know they do all their business outside the U.S. So you know there's a lot of question marks hanging over this market here.
Good story to point out, Dave.
All right, good stuff. All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Stocks editor, you'll be back a little bit later on with your chart and stock of the day. Our thanks as well to Elena Popina, equity markets reporter for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from New York City. Coming up, we're going to check in, as we often do, in the 2 o'clock hour on the world of medicine, and in this case, the world of medical equipment.
Right.
So key to everything that's happening, Carol.
Absolutely. First up, though, let's get a check on world and national news headlines. For that, we turn things over to Bob Moon. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Carol. The White House and Congress have agreed on a new pandemic relief plan. It will provide funds for a tapped-out small business aid program and aid for coronavirus testing and overwhelmed hospitals. Meantime, the Secretaries of Energy and Treasury have been told to find federal money that can help the U.S. oil industry survive the current collapse of demand. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Washington.
They're looking at the money stream Congress is creating as well as that of the Federal Reserve, Energy Secretary Dan Brouillette said in a Bloomberg interview.
The market is ruthlessly efficient at weeding out high-cost producers. So our intent is to look at what we can do, things like storage, but also deducting losses that are incurred this year against the last 5 years of profits.
Brouillette said reducing oil imports is difficult because refineries are set up to use specific types of oil from whatever source. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
President Trump is scheduled to meet at the White House today with New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The two have exchanged blame for the large number of coronavirus infections and deaths across Cuomo's state, especially when it comes to testing. Trump has said testing is a state issue. At a news conference in Buffalo earlier today, the governor said Trump's right. States should take the lead, but that they alone cannot solve the problem.
No one ever imagined this testing system was going to become hyper relevant to survival and would need a capacity of 20, 30, 40, 50 times what the system was doing.
He says manufacturers have been adamant they can't increase capacity. Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thank you so much. Well, as you heard Bob mention, the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, headed down to Washington this afternoon. He's leaving New York, but just for a bit. Big story in the Wall Street Journal today. We got it courtesy of Dow Jones on the Bloomberg Terminal. Carol, Escape from New York City. The burbs are back, baby.
Isn't this wild? Like we've talked about
Totally
so
wild.
often, the trends about old and young, everybody coming back to the cities, right? But this story, as you said, courtesy of Dow Jones and the Wall Street Journal, talks about one family in particular that they had talked about, moving to the suburbs, wanted to do it. They wanted a larger home and they could afford it. And they started this year, what they thought they could take their time looking for the right place. And then the virus hit. So in mid-March, the last weekend that real estate agents could hold an open house, they rushed in to make an offer on a 3-bedroom home in Midland Park, New Jersey. And they thought, if we didn't do this now, we didn't know when we could next do it.
I know. Well, there's a very telling line. That
Order
very
submitted.
much is a sign of the times.
Order
When they want fresh
submitted.
air, there's no
Order
need to don
submitted.
gloves, face masks, and dodge neighbors crowding the apartment building lobby. They tumble out to the yard, in this case with its 16 acres of marshland that hosts ducks, geese, and deer. That's not a typical suburban
Order
view, folks.
filled.
I've
Order
got a suburban
submitted.
view
Order
literally
submitted.
right now, and I'm looking at neighbors through my yard, but to their yards. But
Order
there is
filled.
something to be said
Order
for a little
filled.
more space.
Order
When we
submitted.
talk about social
Order
distance,
submitted.
it is a lot
Order
easier to
submitted.
move around.
Order
I think
submitted.
your
Order
life and my
filled.
life are very
Order
different
filled.
right
Order
now
filled.
in terms of
Order
freedom of
submitted.
movement.
Order
Although on the other
submitted.
side of it,
Order
in
submitted.
normal times you're closer to the office. You have
Correct.
a different sort of vibe where
Easier
you
commute.
live. But it is interesting to think about what the long-term trends will be, and part of it's going to be where we end up on the immediate other side of this, right?
But this
and how soon that happens.
Well, and this story says the experience has the family rethinking its commitment to the city. Like it has people rethinking,
Right.
Do I really want to be in the city? What if this happens again? What if this is a seasonal thing? Do I want to be in this situation? So a mini exodus, this is what people are potentially talking from our major cities. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up, a talk on energy.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The oil slump continues. Stocks lower. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq tumbling the most in almost 3 weeks. Treasury bonds are rallying as turmoil in the crude oil futures market triggers a fresh bout of risk aversion. West Texas Intermediate crude talking about the June contract today, lower now by 51.6%, now under $10 a barrel at $9.89. We've got the S&P down 73. That's a drop of 2.6%. The Dow down 545, down 2.3%. Nasdaq down 225, a drop there of 2.6%. 10-year up 12/30 seconds, 0.56%. Gold lower now by 1.1%, $16.76 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet.
Filled.
That is
Order
a Bloomberg
filled.
Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, another company on the front lines when it comes to the virus is Surgical Solutions. Alyssa Rapp is the CEO of Surgical Solutions, and she joins us on the phone from Illinois. Alyssa, so great to have you here with us. First of all, how are you doing? What's the situation in Illinois? How are your workers doing?
Oh, thanks for having me. We actually have our 200-plus frontline healthcare workers in 30 hospitals across 9 states. And what we're seeing is a lot of probably what you're reporting on. It's obviously we're hit the hardest in New York City, where we're still in the eye of the storm, but starting to see things abate in places like Michigan and Tennessee, where we're starting to see elective surgeries begin to be rescheduled starting in the second half of May.
And so give us a reality check here, Alyssa, because I feel like, we hear from governors, we hear from the president and the vice president, the coronavirus task force. PPE is, all that we hear about. I mean, I don't think the average person really knew what PPE was before. They certainly do now. What's the reality check on where we are broadly and then more specifically, if you can, in terms of the needs and how those needs are being met?
So PPE was a real issue, and it was as dire as you probably reported on as of about a month ago. Mm-hmm. And in some places in this country, it is still dire. But in our experience, things, again, there have begun to improve. Sourcing has improved. Our frontline team of 80 in New York City, we had to import our own PPE for the protection of our own people as of a month ago. And now things are starting to calm to a dull roar. Now it's a much different issue. There is a desire for elective surgeries to be rescheduled. It's not just to have the system be up and running, but things that were elective can become emergent if they don't get rescheduled. And so we are starting to see places like Tennessee and Texas and Western Michigan begin to start putting some elective cases back on the calendars. And then the issue isn't PPE. The issue for firms like Surgical Solutions and others are how quickly do we bring back employees who may have been furloughed? How do we think about the recovery? Is it going to be all at once, or is it going to be more gradual?
Well, and I'm curious, too, what you're hearing about patients themselves feeling comfortable about going into hospital settings at this point, right? Because we've been told stay home for a good reason. But I do wonder, as we start to re-enter world and go back to a normal, or as normal as it can be, how comfortable folks will be, stepping into, a hospital or healthcare setting.
It's an excellent question, and I think it really comes down to the sites of service. So the degree to which a hospital can segregate the sites of service for COVID patients and non, or even within a system, designate sites as COVID sites and non. If you or I were going in for an elective procedure, like a laparoscopy or an endoscopy, and we knew it were to be outpatient, and it was at a site that is a designated non-COVID site, well, we'd probably feel okay. But it's our ability to manage COVID and make sure that that's being managed properly and swiftly and excellently, and then we can start bringing in healthy patients again for routine procedures.
I do wonder, and I don't know, Jason, if you think about this. I think about this when, taking my daughter to see her pediatrician when she was younger, and there was the healthy area and the non-healthy.
Right.
Or not, where people were fighting things.
Sick kids, well kids.
Sick kids, right? And so I do wonder if it's just going to be that on steroids going forward when it comes to the healthcare community to make everybody feel comfortable about the environment.
I think there's that approach for patients for sure, and then there's a whole other consideration set, which is the healthcare worker and the degree to which we can get antibody testing in a broad way for all Americans.
Order
will change
filled.
all of our feelings about quote unquote returning to normal, but the degree to which we can have our employees and our frontline healthcare workers antibody tests so we can all walk around with a COVID card. If you knew you had the antibodies as a healthcare provider or a patient, you would be less trepidatious about going back in.
You know, Alyssa, I do wonder, especially given your background, which is fascinating. And unfortunately, we don't have time to get through all of it. But, you know, you were the CEO of Bottle Notes. You're a lecturer at Stanford and at the Booth School. You understand both the philosophy and practice of business. You also, I believe, have done some work with the Illinois Housing Authority. So, I mean, and Illinois is a place, and we interviewed the mayor of Chicago recently and just talked about this, the haves and the have-nots when it comes to this virus, and so much that's been exposed here. You're seeing this through all aspects of your work. What has it taught us? What can we do in the short and the midterm to maybe mitigate some of the really hard facts that we're learning here about who gets what when?
I think that your point is the right one, which is there's a short-term crisis to manage and there's a medium-term desired outcome to plan for. And Mayor Lightfoot's an extraordinary leader and a friend. And we all need to make sure that access to preventative care and access to well care for all of our children across Chicago, of course, Illinois, and the country is addressed on the backside of COVID. As it relates to what's being done right now in my backyard, as I'm sure you've seen, you know, a lot of pop-up hospitals here and in other major metropolises are what we have to do to make sure there's adequate care for all of our impacted citizens, because when you don't have social distancing is hard.
Yeah.
It's just not that easy, and it requires a level of independence and oversight and physical space to do it.
Order submitted.
And that is not evenly distributed amongst our population. So that's going to take a medium-term solve.
Well, and social distancing essentially is much easier for people of means. I think that's just a fact, right?
It unfortunately, social distancing is easier when you have space and you can access digital e-learning through digital technologies, and you have space to do your work from home, and you don't have to be somewhere to do it. And those are all, by definition, things that are related to socioeconomics. Yes.
Just got about 30 seconds. You know, earlier the New York City mayor said that they're going to create their own strategic reserve. You know, and it's all about, I feel like we're federal versus states right now. Is that what we're going to see states having to do at this point?
I would like to think we will not have to go there. I'd like to think it can be a coordinated, unified team, federally and statewide. But it's, you know, I think that what we're seeing today is that the decision of whether to reopen or not is going to ultimately be relegated to the governors, and then what's going to be done will not be moving across the country, and how that will ripple effect and will there be a resurgence in the fall, time will tell.
Alyssa, come back, because we would love to talk some more with you. As Jason said, your background is just so impressive and just crosses so many different areas. So hopefully we can get you back soon. Alyssa Rapp, CEO of Surgical Solutions, on the phone from Illinois. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. 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 Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Broadcasting
Order
live
submitted.
to New York,
Order
Bloomberg
submitted.
1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119.
Order
and
filled.
around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Gotta say, Jason Kelly, it was sunny for like maybe half a second, and now it's gray and gloomy, and I feel like that is a great way to describe right now the energy market and the oil market specifically.
Absolutely, yeah. I think both of us had to turn on our desk lamps just now
did.
it got really dark and it is pouring rain now. All right, we're going to catch up with Stuart Glickman in just a few minutes over at CFRA to talk about that crash in the oil market. In the meantime, I know that's something Charlie Pellet's been tracking. He's got that and the rest of today's business headlines. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there indeed. You look at the screens on the Bloomberg, you almost just can't believe the numbers. Got to begin with the oil story, major story. We've got it covered here at Bloomberg. Oil's meltdown spreading to the June contract as the price plummets to less than $10 a barrel. That's where it was right now. Fast-moving energy markets. Latest quote right now on the June contract, West Texas Intermediate, $11.18 a barrel. Looking like a drop there of 45%. Equity markets lower across the board here with the S&P down 68, a drop there of 2.4%. The Dow down 491, lower by 2.1%. Nasdaq down 208, a drop there of 2.4%. Equity investors, though, shrugging off signs that Congress is close to a fresh spending bill to combat the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. But what about the emotional and mental health of doctors, nurses, first responders, and everybody else working around the clock on the front lines, taking care of patients? Michelle Patch is an assistant professor of nursing at Johns Hopkins University.
It's okay to not be okay right now.
Order submitted.
Continue to reach out
submitted.
to others from a safe distance. Take advantage of our electronic devices to connect. And really watch out for our friends, our families. Look to spiritual advisors, therapists. And it's okay to breathe. It's okay to cry and to keep moving forward.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. The oil meltdown accelerating today, as I mentioned. Worth checking West Texas Intermediate crude, $11.22 a barrel on the June contract. Among some of the oil majors, ExxonMobil down 0.5%. Chevron down 1.8%. ConocoPhillips down by 3.8%. Indeed, fast-moving markets. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, you just heard Charlie run through the numbers, and they are stark and a little bit scary. And certainly we throw around the word unprecedented a lot these days, Carol. But what's happening in the oil patch certainly is that. Let's get into it with Stuart Glickman, head of energy research over at CFRA Research, joining us on the phone from New Jersey. Stuart, great to have you with Carol and myself. I know it's an incredibly busy time. I guess to start, let's just briefly take 30 seconds. Remind people what we are seeing why it matters so much.
Submitted.
Thanks for having me, Jason. So what we're seeing is unprecedented because we've never had the contract for West Texas Intermediate, WTI, which is the U.S. benchmark. We've never had that contract go negative before. It seems kind of indecipherable at first glance why that price might be negative. And what it really reflects is a fairly thinly traded contract that was getting close to expiration, and a handful of speculators got burned on it. I think a better indication of where things are in the oil markets is probably the next contract, the June contract, which is also down considerably over the last couple of days, too.
Well, that's what I wanted to go to, Stu, is that it's not right. Okay, we get kind of, I guess, what happened with the most recent, the contract that's expiring. But even, the forward-looking contract is under a lot of pressure. Tell us what that is. Is it the supply story? Is it the lack of demand story? Is it both? What is we know this sector's been under pressure. What's the big story here?
Yeah, Carol, it's really both. So what you have on the one hand is you have a plummeting demand. So demand that is normally in a steady state around 100 million barrels a day has dropped perhaps by a third in a very short period of time. You still have a lot of supply making its way to, not just the U.S. market, but other markets as well. But you have so much supply, and if you're a producer and you don't like the price that you're going to get at the pump, from your refiner, normally you just throw it into storage, which is a viable option so long as you have available storage. And I think what the market is telling us is that we're getting very worried about hitting an upper limit on storage. And that's why prices are reacting in the way they are today.
So what does this mean for a typical investor who's looking at this? You know, an investor, maybe a small investor who's also a consumer, because, you know, I get all sorts of tweets and texts from people saying,
Order
like, well, I guess
filled.
it's going to be cheap. Not that anybody's going anywhere.
Order
but
submitted.
what does it actually,
Order
play
submitted.
this through
Order
the
submitted.
economy beyond the folks who do this for a living and sort of trade these futures for a living? What does it mean to the everyday person for the next 3-6 months, especially amid this pandemic?
Yeah, so the U.S. economy is now a net exporting nation.
Right.
U.S. production, through lots of innovation by small companies, has really built out its production potential. And so, yes, at the pump, if you happen to need to drive somewhere, you can fill up for cheap. The problem is that the pandemic is disrupting the natural mechanism which would normally stimulate more demand, right?
Right.
And in the meantime, if you are tied to the production of crude oil, and there's a handful of states where it's a really meaningful piece of overall economic
Order
activity.
canceled.
You've got
Order
Oklahoma,
canceled.
New
Order
Mexico,
canceled.
Texas, Louisiana, North Dakota, all that have all benefited from the surge in oil production in the last 10 years, but really now are kind of taking it in the teeth because there's just way too much supply and not enough demand.
So what does this mean globally? Like, I just think about Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
like, I just think this is what I want, like the bigger picture, Stu. Like, what does this mean? We know they've been struggling as we've seen oil prices go down. This is such a big part of their economy. But what's the bigger story here?
The bigger story is that everyone across the board is struggling, and there is really no place to hide. So think back about a month. 6 weeks ago, March 6th, Russia and Saudi Arabia walked away from the bargaining table because they could not agree over 1.5 million barrels of production cuts.
Yeah.
A month later, because of this crisis, they agreed to cut effectively 10 million barrels off the world market, which is historically massive and yet still completely insufficient.
Right.
And what that tells you is that demand has really just fallen off the table.
Yeah, it's really, it's just remarkable when you look at it. I really appreciate that perspective. Thank you so much. I feel like this is a story that I want to be able to walk out of a conversation like that, and I do feel a lot more informed, and I think people need to understand it, not just from the perspective of like, whoa, those are big numbers, but more how this plays out, as you rightly pointed out, Carol, globally, because Saudi obviously has geopolitical implications as well. We know that to be true.
Well, and I
Stuart
think,
Glickman,
Jason, it was happening anyway, but it's
Yeah.
been exacerbated because of this crisis, and demand has just come to a stop. So
Yeah, for sure. Stuart Glickman is the head of energy research over at CFRA Research, joining us on the phone from New Jersey. Smart guy, for sure. Really
Totally.
appreciate that.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Jason Kelly. Coming up, we've got a great story. It's in the magazine this week. It's on the terminal, but about the data the economy and the U.S. needs to get through this crisis. Our Sean Donnan, love talking with him.
Love me some Sean Donnan. In the meantime, let's get to Bob Moon. He's got your world national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, thank you. Congress has reached a tentative agreement with President Trump on a nearly $500 billion coronavirus relief bill. The measure would replenish a small business rescue program, provide hospitals with another $75 billion, and implement a nationwide virus testing program to facilitate reopening the economy. Society's recovery from the virus pandemic could place Americans in situations they're not used to, but are commonplace in Asian countries that have successfully battled contagions. Bloomberg's Martin DeCaro reports.
Your phone rings, or maybe you get a text message. You must go into quarantine. State-level health departments are expecting to use these minimally intrusive techniques.
The kind of strong-arm techniques elsewhere, that won't work. That won't work in Maryland. It won't work in America.
Fran Phillips is Maryland's number 2 public health official. Her state's hiring 1,000 contact tracers to notify people when they must quarantine, and so far they're cooperating.
We have had very rare instances where we needed to actually place someone legally under an isolation or a quarantine order.
It's unclear if Americans will be okay with having their smartphones turned into COVID-19
Order
tracking
canceled.
machines. In Washington, Martin DeCaro, Bloomberg Radio.
Order submitted.
Every large
Order
event
submitted.
in New York in May
Order
and
submitted.
June has been
Order
canceled, but
submitted.
Mayor Bill de
Order
Blasio
submitted.
says there will be a time when people can gather in large numbers again.
We will have a ticker tape parade down the Canyon of Heroes for our healthcare workers and our first responders.
Spain, meantime, called off the running of the Bulls in July. The U.S. has scrapped the National Spelling Bee in June. I'm Bob Moon.
Order filled.
Thank you. You are
Order
listening
submitted.
to Bloomberg
Order
Business
submitted.
Week. And Carol Massar, this is a story that I am really interested in, which is you have the apparent disconnect, I think it's fair to say, at times between the federal government and state governments, between the administration and governors. But the other disconnect
Order
that seems to
canceled.
be happening
Order
is between
canceled.
the government, both state, federal, local, and businesses. And especially as we see places like Georgia and Florida reopen a little bit more. I was talking with some relatives down in Georgia yesterday, many of whom are just stunned that, you know, you can go to a movie starting next Monday in Atlanta.
I can't even get my head around that.
Right. It's crazy.
My sister in South Carolina, the same thing. She said the governor lifted bans on beaches and some businesses, but they put it back on local government. They opened private boating yesterday, and she just goes, this is so messed up. Like, it's very unclear what the message is here.
And so meanwhile, companies are really being put in a position where they have to start making decisions about their own workers. Now, it is easier for some companies. This goes back to what we were talking about with Alyssa from Surgical Solutions about, which is there's some people who have the ability, you know, a Citigroup, and that's the subject of Jenny Serane's story. There are a lot of their folks who can work remotely and, you know, they've got it sort of set up. It's not as easy for a restaurant or a retailer to essentially say, like, no, you know, we're just going to do this remotely. They can't do it remotely.
And hence the disconnect in terms of, because we're trying to help out governors, safe to say, and the federal government trying to help out those businesses that cannot work from home. I mean, Citi's got roughly 80% of its employees around the world are working remotely to stop, you know, the spread of the virus. And so their one of their key executives, their president and head of its global consumer bank, is basically saying, we're going to let, you know, workers stay at home until we think it's safe to bring them back to their offices. But you bring up a really good point, Jason, because it breaks my heart, all these small businesses that are having a really tough time. And so how do we help them, but also make sure everybody stays safe at the same time? That's the struggle here. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. 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 Order filled. Order filled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, developing story out of Pretoria, South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa reporting a 500 billion rand virus support package. And also within the hour, Mexico's central bank delivering a second emergency interest rate cut amid a looming recession caused by the coronavirus outbreak and a plunge in oil prices. Banco de Mexico reducing the benchmark rate by 50 basis points to 6%. Today's meeting, by the way, unscheduled. The Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all declining right now. Let's begin, though, with crude oil, West Texas Intermediate. Under $12 a barrel right now, talking about the June contract after yesterday's plunge below zero, $11.90 for a barrel of WTI, again stressing that is the June contract. The S&P down 81, drop there of 2.9%. The Dow down 591, drop of 2.5%. Nasdaq down 259, a drop there of 3%. We've got the 10-year up 11.30 seconds. The yield this Tuesday, 0.57%. Gold lower by 1%, 16.79 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's
Order canceled. Order canceled.
All right,
Order
Charlie,
canceled.
thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, there are two things we love on this show. One, data. We love numbers.
Totally.
We love being able to
Order
explain
canceled.
things. It's our training
Order canceled.
at Bloomberg. We're very much in the midst of that, all the way up to our founder. The other thing we love on this show, Sean Donnan. Just can't get enough of that guy. Senior trade reporter for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from Washington, D.C., as is, of course, the man himself, Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week.
Can I just say, the skies just opened up, and I don't know whether that's Sean and Joel's power. I don't know as you introduced them, but literally thunder and lightning just went crazy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Outside my window here.
All right, so Joel Weber, I think you agree with me. We love data. We love to be able to prove things. I think about the Bloomberg 50 and the fact that it's got to have a number around it. This story is all about numbers.
All about numbers, and you know, I think this was one that really started with Sean. As I get to some thunder in my background as well, it really sets the table for talking about data, right?
Totally.
But the numbers are failing this time. Why is that, Sean?
Well, you look out there and we look at this great big economy that we've got, and you're trying to reach for some data to show you what's happening in there. And the reality is, you look at the normal economic data that we rely on, the non-farm payrolls, the inflation data, all of that stuff, and it's just not telling us what we need to know right now because this thing's just moving too fast. And that tells us something bigger. Here we have,
Order submitted.
Ostensibly the biggest economic crisis of our lifetime, and yet the data we rely on to measure the economy isn't keeping up.
Well,
it's time for something new.
I love this line in your story. Peering into our future might be easier if we knew with certainty what happened in our immediate past.
Yeah.
I mean, to get an idea, this is what Jason and I talk about so much, and I'm assuming, you know, Joel and your team, it's like, what does life look like post-COVID-19? But unless we can kind of trust the data that we're dealing with now, we really don't know, right, Sean?
And we don't have the data yet on our immediate past,
Order
a lot of our immediate past. That first quarter GDP, those 3 months to March, the first reading we're going to get of that is April 29th. The data, you know, the one that we really care about, that the second quarter that we're in now, where most economists agree the big downturn is happening, we're not going to get that until the end of July.
All right, so this is such a great read in part because there are some history lessons in here, some callbacks. The McNamara fallacy. Tell us about that, Sean.
Right. So there was this grim bit of data that the American military operated and really planned the war around in Vietnam for years, and that was body count. Literally, from the ground on up, they were reporting the number of enemy combatants killed on a daily basis. And commanders back in Washington were using that to assess how the war was going. The problem is that you got some really
Order
perverse
filled.
incentives
Order
in the
filled.
system there where commanders on the ground whose careers depended on this data were inflating the data and reporting that back up all the way to Robert McNamara, who was then leading the war effort in the Kennedy administration. And he was looking at these daily body counts thinking the war was going great for years, that the U.S. was winning, when in fact it was losing quite heavily on the ground. The McNamara fallacy is what came out of that, and that is what happens when policymakers in particular, but it could be investors, quants, it can be politicians, business leaders, CEOs, when they
Order
have
submitted.
their nose in
Order
the data
submitted.
and they ignore what is going on in the world around them. And that leads to just some really bad choices and some big mistakes. And so that's the downside of data. Right now, we don't have the data we need. At the same time, we can all look out into the world and know that things are not going well.
So do we need to think
Yeah.
oh, go ahead, Joel, please.
Well, I was just going to say, we're not totally driving blind here, in that there are places that the Federal Reserve and the GDP Now Index, Sean, is one way that we have attempted, that economics has attempted to kind of put its pulse on the now. But even that has its limitations, right?
Right. So what we're starting to do now, and you're seeing it in a lot of the alternative pieces of data that we're all looking at. People were looking at open table bookings there for a while at the beginning of this crisis. Just that collapse in reservations through that booking app, reservations at restaurants that happened in cities as the shutdown orders went through. We've been looking at TSA security clearance data to show the number of air travelers. We're looking at traffic data, electricity usage data, all of that stuff. But all of that is kind of partial. It's not necessarily reliable. And while the Federal Reserve and a number of the regional feds have put together these efforts to try and measure short-term GDP, and the Atlanta Fed does this, the New York Fed has played with this, the Philly Fed has played with it as well. None of those things are really reliable enough to count on yet. So we need that data. We're looking for that high-frequency data, but we don't yet have that magic data that we need.
What makes me nervous is not having that magic data is that here we have policymakers trying to figure out what's the right steps to take. We're going to be talking with Paul Krugman and get his take on this a little bit later on our broadcast. But I do wonder, Sean, if we don't have that magic data, might we be taking the wrong policy steps right now that will hurt us later on?
That's absolutely the risk. We really don't yet know where the damage is in this economy, the U.S. economy, right now, and that means you can't necessarily target the policy response to the right areas. And that's something that we're going to be adjusting, or that policymakers are going to be adjusting and dealing with a lot in the months to come.
Well, and it's interesting too, Sean, you talk about China in your story, which, normally I feel like in normal times, whatever that used to be, we would look at Chinese GDP data and things like that. I'd be like, well, you can't really trust them, but we have these other ways to do it. unfortunately now, literally life and death decisions are being made based on data that we have from China, which we now know probably isn't reliable. And global leaders, central bankers, presidents, heads of state, they're making decisions on that data. How worried should we be about China here?
Well, yeah, China has always been a question in terms of its data. There's also clearly now there are some big questions over how they covered up the data early on, in particular in whether they are continuing to cover up the health data. But we also know that Chinese leaders have for years had their own ways of adapting to bad data. And Li Keqiang, who's the premier right now, famously about a decade ago sat down for dinner with the then Chinese ambassador when he was a provincial leader, and he said, look, I don't trust our own GDP numbers. Yeah. So I look at three things. I look at freight movements, I look at bank loans, I look at electricity usage, and that tells me what's happening in the Chinese economy.
Amazing.
You know what? We're all kind of leaking China right now.
We're all becoming or hedge fund people, right? Hedge fund investors looking at, different metrics. Sean Donnan, we do love you and adore you. Everybody, it's in the magazine, online, it's a must read. Sean Donnan of Bloomberg News, and our thanks to Joel Weber, who we also adore at Bloomberg Business Week.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm
Order
Charlie
filled.
Pellet. We move
Order
into the final hour
submitted.
of trading on this
Order
Tuesday,
submitted.
April
Order
21st.
filled.
We've got the Dow,
Order
the S&P,
filled.
and
Order
Nasdaq all
submitted.
lower.
Order
Stocks
submitted.
tumbling the most
Order
in almost
submitted.
3 weeks.
Order submitted.
Treasury bonds rallying, as the turmoil in crude oil futures triggers a fresh bout of risk aversion. Got to begin with crude. Looking at the June contract on West Texas Intermediate crude, down 42%, 11.74 a barrel. This after WTI futures went negative yesterday. S&P 500 index have been down as much as 3.4%, lower now by 79, down 2.8%. The Dow down 557, down 2.3%. Nasdaq down 263. For Nasdaq, that is a drop of 3.1%. But the historic rout in crude, rattling markets for a second day. Again, the June contract plunging by more than 50% right now. That June contract down by 41%. Well, after the bell, we will be hearing from streaming giant Netflix. Investors are expecting subscription growth from stay-at-home entertainment seekers. Michael Pachter is a research analyst at Wedbush Securities. He's got an underperform rating on the stock, along with a $194 price target.
Oh, I think they're going to crush the numbers, the subscriber numbers, and the revenues will be fine. And I think the silver lining for them is that they're spending a lot less on content because they can't produce content. So cash flow should improve as well.
Netflix shares right now at $439.54. They are up today by 0.5%. This on a day when the rest of the market is declining. And of course, we'll be all over those Netflix numbers as they break shortly after 4 o'clock Wall Street time. Coca-Cola says the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has made it impossible to predict what 2020 holds, although it does warn that the effect on the second quarter will be material. After all, if you're not going to concerts or events, you're not drinking Coca-Cola products. Shares down now by 3.1%. Recapping, S&P down 79 points, a drop there of 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie, so much. Let's head out to California now. Governor Gavin Newsom giving an update.
Of volunteers to express themselves day in and day out as only Californians can, not only to meet this moment, but to prepare to meet subsequent moments, to organize a volunteer corps in a way that is much more deliberative than we have in the past. There is so much inside of us in terms of our capacity to give and to serve, not just sacrifice in this moment, to do a little bit more to perhaps deliver a meal, do a little bit more to reach out to late neighbors or loved ones, to check in on seniors, to help disabled individuals with groceries or other essential needs, to provide hygiene kits, not just to donate blood, though to donate blood, to participate and volunteer at the food bank, which, by the way, has lost roughly 70% of its volunteers since the beginning of this pandemic. We're trying to organize this site in a way that's more robust, more interactive, and do so in a way where we can maintain a two-way conversation. Rather than you initiating your interest in participating and volunteering, we want to make sure we stay engaged with you. Regardless of your time of life, it's all about a state of mind. From our Zoomers to our Boomers, regardless of your age or stage in life, we want you to volunteer, we want you to participate, and we want to match those efforts in a way that gives meaning and purpose to this endeavor. I love to say this because it's always true. The happiest people I know are the people that volunteer. And I've long believed that no one stands taller than when he or she bends down on one knee to help lift other people up. So this is a spirit of communitarianism, individuals contributing to their community. It's the spirit of recognition that we're all in this together. It's the spirit that has allowed California to bend the curve, because it's a spirit that demonstrably is at scale in the state of California, with tens of millions of Californians that are practicing physical distancing, that regardless of their political stripe or where they are geographically, overwhelmingly are staying at home and have allowed us the opportunity to be at this point in time where just tomorrow we'll start laying out some more prescriptive guidelines and update you on the next phase as it relates to iterations in terms of our capacity to begin to loosen up our stay-at-home orders in a very phased and appropriate way. But as we walked into this together, we want to begin to walk out of this together as well, meeting this moment with that same spirit, that generosity of spirit. And we have just the right person to lead that endeavor. Our Chief Service Officer in the state of California, former lieutenant in the Navy, former council member and mayor, and someone I've gotten to know and admire over the course of many, many years, who leads our volunteer efforts in the state of California and will lead this new initiative, Californians.ca.gov, Californiansforall.ca.gov initiative through this pandemic and into the future. Josh Friday.
All right, you've been listening to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Let's head on over to the New Jersey Governor, Phil Murphy, giving an update on the virus situation in New Jersey.
As well as some other teammates. Again, apologies for being later today. We had previewed this, that we're getting started much later than usual. And by the way, we will as well tomorrow. I believe, again, we're going to be at 3 p.m. Mahen tomorrow here for similar reasons I'll get to in a moment. The reason today is earlier, Judy and Pat and I and many others did a tour of our third field medical station. There are some pictures, which has been set up with 258, I heard, beds in the Atlantic City Convention Center. We're bringing this station up just as we are beginning to see more hospitalizations migrate in the state toward the central and southern regions, and Judy will get into that a little bit more in her remarks. We had predicted that the spread of the virus would move from north to central to south and have prepared and built out capacity to, God willing, stay one step ahead of that. We were joined by many, and we kept our distance, but I want to give a particular shout out to Major General Jeff Milhorn and Lieutenant Colonel David Park of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They have been extraordinary. U.S. Army Major General John F. King, Adjutant General Brigadier General in our National Guard Jamal Beal, Mayor Marty Small, Casino Reinvestment Development Authority Executive Director Matt Doherty, and as Judy has noted, we migrated very early on under her leadership to a regional strategy. So importantly, we were joined both by Kevin O'Dowd, who was the CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, who was the Southern Region Coordinator and is doing an extraordinary job, as well as by Lori Herndon, who was the CEO of Atlantic Care, among others. It is really amazing to see a space like the Atlantic City Convention Center turned into a field medical station, and I thank the hard work of the women and men of the Army Corps in partnership with our team, the troopers, Department of Health, and many others, our federal partners, our brothers and sisters in labor for making all of this possible. As with each of our field medical stations, these are much-needed spaces to ensure that we have the capacity that we need, not just for today or tomorrow, but also for when we begin to reopen our state, at which time we must be prepared for new cases. It is simply just prudent planning. Tomorrow, I will be, and I suspect I'll have company from my colleagues here, will be with Commanding General Todd Semonite of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He's the top guy, to tour the new bed spaces being constructed at East Orange General Hospital and at Newbridge Medical Center in Paramus, and the Army Corps is providing tremendous assistance at both. General Semonite is the guy you see frequently at the White House briefings and on television. He's an extraordinary leader. I know him by reputation. I've never met him, but I know him by reputation because the defense attaché, when I was served as U.S. ambassador in Germany, was a mentee of General Semonite, and so I'm very excited to be with him tomorrow. And again, I want to thank the Army Corps for all their help. Let's get to today's numbers. We are announcing today 3,643 new positive test results, pushing our total to 92,387. And as you can see, we are announcing with the heaviest of hearts, 379 new deaths. This is the highest single-day number that we have hit, and these are not numbers, these are human beings, bringing our total cumulatively to 4,753 lost precious lives. Separately, and as a subset of this, I want to note that we have tested every veteran at the Paramus Veterans Memorial Home, and we will be doing the same for those living at Menlo Park and Vineland. Our veterans deserve nothing less. I'll come back to why I was at Wildwood, why I was in Wildwood this morning, but Part of that was I went over to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which I always do when I'm in Wildwood, with Joe Griffey's my dear friend and a great veteran leader, and said a prayer for all of our veterans, but especially those who have been impacted in our veterans' homes by this awful virus. As I said, we reported another 379 precious lives lost, and the total now is 4,753. We continue to see a trend emerging, and I say emerging in the leveling of the rate of new cases, and you can see that in the chart in front of you. We have a significant, there's no question about it, flattening of the curve. But that is not enough, and I wish it were, to go back to business as usual, not by a long shot. We need to begin to see this curve finally to start its decline. And so we must keep our strong social distancing and policies in place for at least the next several weeks. I've returned to this map courtesy of the New York Times every day, and it bears out the lines from the graph, and it shows that the rate of the spread, in this case measured by how many days it takes the caseload to double, has also significantly slowed. We must keep this map in its lightest possible shade if we're able to begin to reopen our state. And even yesterday, one day to the next, I recalled yesterday saying that Bergen County had 20 days to doubling. Now that's happily up to 21 days. Let's keep those numbers going up and not down. In the nightly reporting from our hospitals, there are 7,594 residents currently hospitalized with COVID-19, of whom 1,930 are either requiring critical or intensive care. And there are 1,501 ventilators currently in use, and our field medical stations are treating 72 patients. I might add, Judy and Pat, I heard from Kevin O'Dowd that they may actually be taking patients in Atlantic City as early as later today or tomorrow. So Atlantic City is not just looks good in its structure, and by the way, it does, but it's ready to go. For the 24 hours preceding 10 p.m. last night, our hospitals reported 630 discharges.
Order submitted.
So putting these raw numbers into focus, we can see on this chart that the number of patients in either critical or intensive care has been relatively stable over the past week, as has the number of ventilators in use. Certainly, we want these numbers to decrease before we can move to our next phase. But not seeing any significant increases is a good starting point. Daily new hospitalizations continue to fluctuate, but hold below their recent high, and you can see that. This is an incredibly important metric for Judy and her team and for all of us. And it ties almost directly with the rate of spread that we show in that map every day. The fewer people who test positive, the fewer who need to go to the hospital, the fewer who are in intensive care, the fewer who need ventilators, please God, the fewer who we lose. It's just really mathematical and cause and effect. While this is never abstract, these are human beings. These are precious lives. The fact of the matter is, the math is almost explicit when you look at the amount of infections. And finally, we see the number of discharges versus the number of new admittances, and we need to get that reversed again. I think in fairness, Judy, you'll get into this, I think at least one hospital hadn't reported from the day before, so this is a little bit, for 4 days. So this is, I'm sorry? 400 cases, so this is a little bit,
Order submitted.
and we are relying on the data as they are submitted to the Hospital Association. So this is a little bit skewed, but nonetheless important and valuable. As I noted, these are real numbers and they are valuable metrics. We know we need to significantly increase our testing capacity. I said this, I think, yesterday, by at least roughly double, if not more, to know we have what we will need to trap and contain future outbreaks. And every other state, by the way, without exception, is facing the same limitations we are in this fight. But the numbers that we are getting from our hospitals is real on-the-ground data. They are not estimates. They are definitive measures of our progress and the challenges which remain. They are among the most invaluable data as we prepare our plans for ultimately reopening our state. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have the sad and heavy duty to relay the news that another 379 of our residents have passed. And as we do every day, we would like to honor a few of those lives. Darlene May Andes was a health educator and risk communicator responsible for planning, organizing, and conducting various emergency management
and you have been listening to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy give
submitted.
an update about what's
Order
going on
submitted.
in his
Order
state.
submitted.
New Jersey reporting a record 379 new deaths from coronavirus. As you heard the governor say, deaths continue to rise. The curve is flattening when it comes to new cases. But as he said, and this is important, no real meaningful reopening is going to happen until the state sees a measurable decline, not just a flattening, a declining, and he expects social distancing measures to stay in place for several more weeks.
Well, and this mirrors certainly what we have been hearing from the California governor, Gavin Newsom. You know, he was earlier on CBS as well, and he said, I'm not expecting baseball as usual with fans anytime soon. He says not seeing a significant decline that's needed to reopen, and has talked about radically changing floor plans in schools and companies.
Order canceled.
And he did. This was, again, Governor Newsom, but again, you're hearing it from all the governors that we've been carrying on Bloomberg Radio. Newsom earlier saying that if California relaxes, could see a second wave worse than the first. And I think this is, again, Jason, we talked earlier about some disconnect, whether it's California, whether it's New York, these major cities, Boston, where you are just seeing the numbers ramp up so dramatically.
Order submitted.
And that how, as a result of sheltering at home, has helped to bring down those numbers despite a record number of deaths being reported in New Jersey. And so that if we open up too soon, especially in these dense areas, what does that mean to the virus again? And do we get another wave? And that's why, again, it's just we're in a tough spot.
Order
really.
submitted.
We absolutely
Order
are.
submitted.
All right, let's take a quick look at the markets now. Stocks continuing to really hold those losses, Carol. The Dow, the S&P, the Nasdaq all down more than 2%. The Dow down 2.1%. The S&P down 2.6%, Nasdaq down almost 3%, 2.9%.
Well, the Treasury market, we've seen some significant moves. That 5-year Treasury yield setting a record low following the plunge in oil.
Canceled.
So a lot to talk about.
Canceled.
Kathleen Hayes is Global Economics and Policy Editor at Bloomberg News, on the phone from the Poconos, and also with us, Yelena Shaletyeva, our senior U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics, on the phone from Long Island. Kathleen, you messaged Jason and me about that 5-year yield, another big move in the Treasury market.
Oh, boy. And, it's not a 5-year note, although it did trade as low as 0.29. The 10-year note, let's see, that yield is down now to 0.57. The 30-year bonds at 1.16. That yield was actually a bit lower. The price is up more than a point and a half. But bottom line, I think it's a sense now of where are we and where are we going. We know the technicalities of the oil
Order
contracts,
submitted.
Contracts,
Order submitted.
and taking
Order submitted.
The supply versus demand. I think it's really unnerving a lot of people, and we're seeing the response. People are buying up any kind of sovereign bonds they can get. Even high yield issue in the U.S. today is doing fairly well for some companies that are coming out to do that. So, we don't know what this means. We don't know if disinflation turns into deflation. I think there's that concern as well, because that could be a spiral that nobody wants to see, including the Fed.
Yelena, come on in on this. We did get some data on the housing market today, but, we had a fascinating story with Sean Donnan. It's in Bloomberg Businessweek magazine about, not necessarily having the data we need, the best data, that, real-time data to get us through this crisis and to make sure that policymakers are implementing the right policy to help the economy the best. So, with that in mind, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of the data flow and what we need maybe to help the economy even more.
Order submitted. Order
submitted. The data, and we have what we have, even though, as you mentioned, the quality of data might not be as good as it used to be. So one latest example is retail sales, the numbers that we received last week. So already the Census Bureau reported that they were not able to collect the data the same way they used to, because a lot of companies are simply closed.
Order submitted.
And presumably those were the worst hit companies that they were not able to collect the data from. So the decline was massive in retail sales last week, but it is probably even worse than the data are telling us, just simply because those hardly hit companies were simply excluded from the survey. In terms of what policymakers are looking at, they look at all sorts of different data, and one thing is very clear. The economy is plummeting, economic growth is plummeting, and they are doing as much as they possibly can. And we know we look at the balance sheet expansion, we look at different measures and programs they're implementing. So I think, they have enough of understanding of what is going on in terms of the economy, even with the data being so probably not as accurate as it used to be.
And Kathleen, talk to us about central banks here. We saw this surprise cut, I believe, by the Mexican central bank. What do you hear as you think about central bankers around the world? I know you keep a close eye on those guys over in Asia as well, obviously, as on the Fed here in the United States. Where are central bankers right now?
Well, they're ready to do more. That's what it seems like, doesn't it? I mean, we got the minutes from the Reserve Bank of Australia's last meeting overnight. Then Phil Lowe, president or head of the RBA, spoke looking for a 10% contraction in GDP. And remember, Australia is a country that had 28 years without a recession. So they are clearly so they are clearly now ready to do whatever it takes. China has eased up a little bit more, and I think they're expected to do more. And so the BOJ now, of course, what can they do? Well, we're waiting to find out. They'll be meeting next week. But I think it's like we'll do whatever it takes.
Order
the balance sheets are big for story on the Bloomberg on how big the balance sheets are and how hard it's going to be to work them down someday. But it's obvious that's not what central banks are worried about now. They're just worried about convincing people
Order
I think
submitted.
That they can get this done
Order
and
submitted.
ride us over
Order
to the
submitted.
next side of what's
Order
happening
submitted.
with the virus.
Order
Well, and
submitted.
it's, I do love that story by Matt Bosler. Yelena, I mean, when we look at the balance sheets, we can't get caught up on it right now, right? Because we do have to, as Kathleen said, do what we need to do.
Do what we need to do. Looking at the balance sheet in the United States, we are at 6.4 trillion in terms of the balance sheet as of the last week, and our own projections suggest that we will top 12 trillion by the end of the year. This will be more than 50% of GDP. So just looking at how much they're buying daily, it's 40 billion roughly per day, and that compares to 40 billion in agency MBS and 45 billion in longer-term treasury securities a month they were buying during QE3. So this is really massive. But it's not only QE. It will also, we will see the expansion coming from different programs to support small businesses, municipalities, and larger corporations.
All right, we're going to leave it there.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Oh, yeah, go ahead,
I was
Kathleen.
just going to say, I guess, if we are worried about deficits as the debt grows, but at least with yield so low, I guess that's one of the blessings of having this bond rally is as much as the debt sold, at least it's going to be a low yield that may save us a little money down the road.
Let's not forget, we've got a Fed meeting coming up on April 29th.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that'll be one to watch for sure. All right, yeah. Kathleen Hayes and Yelena Shalecheva, we really appreciate everything you do for us. Kathleen joining us from the Poconos and Yelena joining us from Long Island, I believe. And, in the world of economics, that's what's going on. But we shouldn't forget the world of politics because a lot going on in the individual states. A big meeting coming up in just a little while, probably within an hour or so. Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, heading down to meet with the president. I got to say, that's going to be something to watch.
To be a fly on the wall.
To be a fly on the wall. And meanwhile, on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, a deal actually getting done. Ryan Teague Beckwith is watching all of that for us. He joins us on the phone from the nation's capital. All right, RTB, bring us up to date. What do we need to know? We got a deal?
Yes, there is a deal.
Order
and
submitted.
I would say this is
submitted.
Sort of the rare occasion where Trump, at least the Trump administration, the Trump White House, is able to fulfill that kind of art of the deal premise that he made his candidacy around, but then really wasn't able to do. It's bipartisan. Both sides are getting something they want. Both sides are not getting something they want. In this case, there's more money for the Paycheck Protection Program. Those are the loans that were intended for small businesses, not all of which went to small businesses. In this case, they're going to set aside a chunk of it, about $60 billion, for smaller businesses only. But there's still $310 billion for the program that is for, small businesses, quote unquote. So you have that. There's $25 billion for testing and $75 billion for healthcare providers. What's not included in it is money for cities and states that are struggling right now.
Yeah, and folks are certainly struggling quite a bit. Give us just a brief sense of the politics as they played out here, because there seemed to be a little bit more, I don't know if anything's friendly among the R's and the D's on Capitol Hill, but the first go-round there was a sense of urgency. Here, there was a fair amount of gamesmanship, it felt like, Ryan.
There's short-term sort of gamesmanship going on, and there's also kind of a long-term play here. The short-term is that the Republican senators wanted to just go ahead and add more money to the Paycheck Protection Program as is. They didn't want to make any changes. They didn't want to add anything else. So that was something that they wanted. They brought it up and tried to sort of make it like, oh, Democrats aren't helping small businesses. So that was kind of the usual thing that happens on Capitol Hill. Whoever's in charge tries to always make the votes as uncomfortable as possible for the other side. Democrats held their ground and said, we're not playing with that. We want these other things. The longer-term gamesmanship going on here is that the Trump White House in particular wants states to kind of, do what it wants. Trump is very eager to reopen the economy sooner, and he's calling on states where he has allies to start that process. Some of them are kind of relaxing it a little bit.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
The Trump White House doesn't want to give them aid because that's something that it could use as leverage.
That's interesting. Well, I do feel like there's a little bit of a federal squeeze going on here. And what's interesting is if you listen to what, Governor Newsom of California said today, we're not seeing any significant decline needed to reopen. And, they consistently, these bands of governors on the coast are saying we're not going to do it till we're ready. We're going to follow the healthcare metrics because they're concerned about a second wave. And I just wonder how far the federal government, from what you're hearing, is willing to kind of push them to the edge.
Well, folks who are critics of President Trump would point out that he was impeached for attempting to use money as leverage to get the president of another country to do his bidding. So I think that in this case, it's a very similar dynamic. He has the ability to give them money because the federal government can run a deficit. Indeed, it's very good at doing that, whereas the states cannot. And there's an old saying that whenever there's a recession, suddenly we have 50 Herbert Hoovers because in I think all but maybe one state, they have a requirement that they cannot deficit spend in their constitution. So the states are going to start running low on funds soon, and that is a piece of leverage that the federal government has over the states. It's not one that's been used like all that often, but it is used in smaller ways. Things like speed limits and things like that have been federal highway money was sort of premised on you've got to all have a uniform speed limit and things like that. So this is a little bit more aggressive, and I think in part it's also that the president wants to reopen the economy but doesn't want it to be his decision to do so, and can't really. So he would like the governors to do it, and then if it goes poorly, then it was their call.
It's not a bad. I mean, just from a purely strategic perspective, it's not a bad strategy. All right, Ryan Teague back with. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Pretty creepy game of chicken, though, man.
It is high stakes, for sure. So always appreciate RTB joining us, and we will have some headlines, I am sure, after the close of trading at 4:00 when Governor Andrew Cuomo makes his way to the White House. I mean, the relationship between those two New Yorkers has been one of the most fascinating to watch. I did have someone, an investor that I was talking to earlier today, Carol, say to me that they would feel like we were back to normal when people started disliking Andrew Cuomo again.
I also see a Netflix series out of this, right, between the president and the strong governor. Like, right, you can see it play out in, or an existing series.
And then handsome Gavin Newsom sort of swoops in to play the foil.
House of Cards, right, 2020 version.
Goodness. All right, let's get a check on what's happening in the business world with about a half hour left to go in the trading day. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, I thank you very much, Jason Kelly. Indeed, lots going on right now. As you mentioned, 29 minutes to go ahead of the close. Let me give you the numbers. I'll give you the other stories in just a moment. First of all, S&P is down 74, a drop there of 2.6%. Nasdaq down 249, a drop there of 2.9%. The Dow is down 510, a drop there of 2.1%. Yes, I hear you. Oil, the major story. Give me a quote on June West Texas Intermediate, down 34%, $13.50 a barrel on June WTI. But some of the other major stories today: Chipotle Mexican Grill will pay a $25 million criminal fine in an agreement with federal prosecutors over allegations its food sickened more than 1,100 people across the U.S. between 2015 and 2018. Chipotle lowered today by 3.1%. General Motors shutting down its car-sharing service Maven. This according to a report from TechCrunch. And also the New York Attorney General is investigating whether broadband and cable TV provider Charter Communications violated labor laws by requiring some non-essential workers to report to the office during the coronavirus pandemic. Now, what about the emotional and mental health of doctors, nurses, first responders, and all of the other heroes working around the clock on the front lines? Michelle Patch is an assistant professor of nursing at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
We have those who are tired and angry and worried, and they worry they don't have what they have to safely continue, and they're physically and mentally exhausted. They realize very much so that this is a marathon.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Beyond Meat shares, they are moving higher today on a down day for the rest of the market after announcing it will enter the Chinese market through a partnership with Starbucks. We'll be hearing from Netflix after the closing bell. Netflix shares up now by 0.8%. 10-year yield 0.57%. Gold down 0.5%. Again, worth repeating. Crude June West Texas.
Take that and turn it into a price-earnings ratio for the index. It's actually higher now than it was at the peak of the market in February. So after 11 years of a bull market, the S&P 500 was valued at 19 times
Order filled.
forward.
Order filled.
Came all the way down to like 13
Order
and a half.
filled.
And then as stocks have rebounded, we've seen that forward PE rise to 19.7 as of yesterday. So stocks are more expensive now than they were when the bull market ended, which is kind of mind-blowing if you think
but
about
earnings
it.
have
It just shows you how fast
Order
share prices
submitted.
recovered.
Order submitted.
Right, and earnings have
Order
collapsed,
submitted.
right?
Order submitted.
Absolutely. But
Order
you figure
submitted.
if earnings would be coming down, people would be less willing to pay for whatever earnings are left.
Right.
In fact, it's been exactly the opposite. You know, that 18% drop in stocks. I mean, how much did the S&P 500 bounce off its low? Like 27%? You know, it just goes to show you that, you know, valuations are still an issue for stocks, even though they're down from where they were 2 months ago. Really, that's something that Keith Parker, who's a global strategist at UBS, pointed out in a report the other day that had a similar chart. And the way he figures it, that stocks here are really dependent on where earnings may settle, to use his words. So,
well, the market, I just think about, right, how much forward they're looking, you know, and I guess as we get more information about 2021 or even later this year, what it looks like. But I just, I have to think
next year. You're like 20.
Well, but I mean, even later, or later this year, right? Like, no, but you're right. Just like, you know, investors, right, Dave, have got to just be looking forward, because that's all you can do at this point, because it's not great the next few months or the next few quarters.
Absolutely, and it's strange to be talking about 2021 at a time when we don't even have most of the results for the first quarter of 2020, but certainly it looks like a lot of investors are focusing on next year. And as far as this chart goes, if you want to know more, send me an email. I'll get it to you with the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward, just send me an email. It's dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
Well, and it's interesting to take a look at the trade here, Dave. I mean, certainly stocks still significantly down, the S&P down better than 2%, but off its lows for sure. And a headline just crossing: the ECB, the European Central Bank, holding a call tomorrow and may discuss junk bonds as collateral. So this
remember
goes
when
back to
junk bonds were disky? Or risky.
Or disky.
Yeah, that was before the
or
Fed
disky, sorry.
started buying exchange-traded funds that owned them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Order submitted.
Well, I mean, look,
Order
we're seeing
submitted.
an entirely new
Order
playbook.
canceled.
I think that is
Order submitted.
fair to say.
Order
and even,
submitted.
Kathleen Hayes
Order
was saying
submitted.
earlier to us, Dave,
Order
that
Order
there's still
submitted.
a lot that central
Order
banks
submitted.
can do. So we'll see what else is in
Order
that
filled.
playbook.
Well,
All right,
order
Dave
filled.
Wilson.
I just want to
submitted.
say that,
Order
in terms of
submitted.
what Dave was
Order
talking about,
submitted.
valuations in the
Order
market, like
submitted.
a stock
Order
like Netflix,
filled.
which is up
Order
almost 37% this
Order
year. We'll get their
submitted.
earnings after the
Order
closing
submitted.
bell.
Order
Forward-looking
submitted.
PE right now is
Order
about
submitted.
73. So we will get,
Whoa.
I know. So, what, Dave, like you're talking about, we'll get a reality check here about, all right, investors, maybe you've gotten a little bit ahead of yourself here when it comes to Netflix, and we'll see what they have to say. I mean, sure, their numbers are up. Everybody's at home, but does that continue as the world reopens?
Yeah, and you're talking about a stock that set a record last week and is close to it now. So
exactly,
it's definitely, you might say, fully priced at this point. Just on that basis alone.
Yeah,
Order
on that basis,
filled.
it
Order
does feel
filled.
better than fully priced, that's for sure. All right, we will look forward to Netflix earnings after the close. We'll also look forward to Dave Wilson's stock of the day. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. So that's what we've got coming up. We'll drive you to the close. Then we'll talk about Netflix and other names with Dan Morgan, our buddy down in Atlanta at Synovus. Also going to catch up with Paul Krugman. Really looking forward to that. A lot of what, I guess we talked to him, 3 months ago, 2-3 months ago there in our studio. We were still in our studio, so it was at least 6 weeks ago.
Right.
Talking about his new book, which is a collection of a lot of his columns over the years and some new material about zombie capitalism. And man, he is seeing some things now, as we all are, for sure.
Well, and I love, he really takes a look at the economy. He takes a look at politics. He talks about, he looks at the world
Income
from a
inequality.
very broad-based
Yeah.
view. Exactly. And so what do we do to not only create a sound economy, but one where more people are benefiting? So I am curious, especially with another stimulus package that looks like it's going to go through, that looks like it's targeting those smaller businesses, which is what I thought the initial package was supposed to be helping.
Order filled.
So we'll see
Order
whether
submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order
so
submitted.
let's see
Order
whether
submitted.
he thinks we're moving in the
Order
right direction.
filled.
And I'm curious what he has to say about
Order
Sean Dowden's story about,
Yeah.
we don't have the data, the real-time data that we need to make sure that we're setting the right policies in place to keep the economy at least, not falling apart completely and to be in a better place on the other side of it.
We're also going to hear from the CEOs of Headspace and Planet Fitness. So all that ahead. First, let's get to Bob Moon for some world national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Don't know about you guys,
Order
but this cabin
filled.
fever is really catching up with
Order
me today.
filled.
As
Order
state and
filled.
federal leaders tussle over reopening the U.S. economy, some corporations are taking small first steps toward getting back to work. There I said it. But in so many cases, it's easier said than done. Today, Maryland's Republican Governor Larry Hogan was on ABC's The View and cautioning it's still just too soon for his state until data points in that direction.
In the Washington area, we just announced here today in our region 25,000 cases and 1,000 deaths. So we're not able to start opening things up. It's the wrong time, according to all the experts and according to the president's own plan.
If wishing could make it so, today Germany canceled Oktoberfest. That's 5 months away, sending hopes of normalcy crashing against pragmatism.
Order
and
submitted.
ESPN's schedule
Order
isn't
submitted.
even safe when it
Order
comes to
submitted.
June's National
Order
Spelling Bee,
submitted.
scrapped
Order
for the
submitted.
first time since World War II.
Order
We have
filled.
little way to
Order
know what's
submitted.
really happening in
Order
North Korea,
submitted.
but there are reports President Kim
Order
Jong-un
filled.
is gravely
Order
ill after
filled.
surgery.
Order
Bloomberg's Herb
submitted.
Chapman has more.
Order
The
submitted.
North Korean
Order
regime is
submitted.
handling Kim's
Order
situation
submitted.
differently
Order
from past
filled.
practice.
Order filled.
Analyst Sue
Order
Kim of
submitted.
the RAND
Order
Corporation
submitted.
said in a
Order
Bloomberg interview.
submitted.
When the regime
Order
had
submitted.
health issues
Order
with the leader,
Order
they would try
filled.
to either
Order
deny
filled.
or to
Order
prove that
filled.
their head
Order
leader is
filled.
alive and
Order
well and fully
submitted.
functioning
Order
and
submitted.
going on these
Order
site visits
submitted.
to assure
Order
that
submitted.
we are in fact
Order
stable.
submitted.
Kim Jong-un has very young children, analyst Kim said, but his sister is in a prominent position, as are the leaders of the North Korean military. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Bob Moon.
Thanks, Bob. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Massert. Did you compete in the spelling bee?
We used to do spelling bees, in school. I don't know that I went to the national spelling bee. No. Did you?
I feel like you would remember if you went to the national spelling bee.
I didn't go.
Okay.
Sorry, you're taking me back.
I don't recall whether I went to the national. Did I go? No, I did not. I did
wow.
not.
You should be from. You're from. You've got a bunch. You got two siblings, right?
I do.
Order submitted.
You should be from a large
canceled.
family. I have
Order
6 siblings,
filled.
and that's the
Order
kind of
submitted.
that's
Order
the kind of
submitted.
ribbing that a large
Order
family
filled.
gets.
Yeah.
Order
None of
filled.
the
Well,
stuff.
I'm-
Okay,
but my
so I
parents are from
did
big
not go to the
families.
national spelling bee. We
I
had
don't know. I just-
spelling bees all the time at school.
Yeah, I
did
just
fairly
feel
well.
like you would have been competitive in spelling. that would check out. If you said you were the New Jersey state champion spelling bee, that would.
Order filled.
It's just you're very bright and very competitive, and I could see you getting into that. No.
Order
All right, where are we
filled.
going with this?
Well, we're not going anywhere. I just when Bob talked about the spelling bee being canceled, I saw an opportunity and I took it.
All I remember that the spelling bees in schools, it's like you had to say the word, you had to spell it and say it again. And if you screwed it up, man, if you didn't follow it, it's like Jeopardy. You got to ask in a question. If you screwed it up, you are out.
Wow,
It
I
was
did not. I
ours
really
was-
brought this up just for fun, and now I feel like we've touched a nerve.
That
here.
Headspace CEO, I need him a lot right now.
Yeah, no, we all do. Well, we were going to talk about Richard Branson.
And you know
some
what?
Of the troubles
This
he's
story
running
makes
into.
me crazy, and we've got to find some time to talk about it.
Okay, we'll find some time to talk about it. We'll tee it up now, which is Richard Branson. He's in, I don't know if it's financial trouble, but he is looking for some measure of a bailout. Part of it is he's heavily invested in travel. But as this story points out, I shouldn't laugh about this, but as many people in their
Order
70s
submitted.
are, he is
Order
asset
submitted.
rich and
Order
cash
submitted.
poor.
Which is
Order
exactly
submitted.
the line I
Order
highlighted, which is
submitted.
why we do have to come back to this later. Because
Exactly.
I
We
like
will.
Richard Branson. We talked to him, but this is
This
we'll
is
have more on this a little bit later.
BLOOMBERG. It's Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and Nasdaq all trading lower. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon update. Here he is, keeping an eye on oil. We've got Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks under pressure again amid another plunge in oil. Dow's currently down 545 points. S&P's down 78. Nasdaq is lower by 269. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.58%. WTI crude futures fall 34%. We're down as much as 68%. Small caps down 1.7%. Transports sink 100 points. And semis are under pressure, down 4.2%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, ExxonMobil and Travelers, Merck, Boeing, and Intel led to the downside. After earnings, IBM fell 3.4%, and in other news, ValueAct took a $1 billion stake in Nintendo. Wrapping things up, Netflix and Chipotle report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
All right, it looks like we may have lost Charlie Pellet there for a second. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week here on a Tuesday afternoon, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Order submitted.
I want to drive.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order
Just
filled.
drive, baby.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
This
Order
is the
filled.
drive to the
Order
close
filled.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close. With us is Jamie Cuellar, portfolio manager at the Buffalo Small Cap Fund. Joining us on the phone from Mission, Kansas. Got to point out that fund, a top performer, beating just about all of its peers over the past 5 years, returning on average nearly 8% annually. Jamie, good to have you here with Jason and myself on Bloomberg. How are you? And tell us a little bit about what's going on in Kansas.
I am doing well. Thank you for having me on. We're quarantined like everybody else, so a lot of the same.
And so, what do you make from the market of the markets sitting there in Kansas? Because
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I feel like
Order submitted.
our view is a little bit colored by a day-to-day that is probably similar to yours in broad strokes in terms of work from home and all that stuff, but being in the epicenter, I do think that changes maybe our perspective a little bit to the negative. As Carol pointed out, you have done extremely well by any measure in the markets, and focusing on small caps. How do you cut through the noise and find the signal here?
Yeah, well, typically, we do have the same issues, obviously, that's going on in New York. Clearly, we don't have as bad of the cases as you guys are having there, and it is a slower pace here in Kansas, thankfully, but we do obviously have the same concerns.
Order canceled.
The market
Order
volatility that we're
canceled.
seeing.
Order
it's
canceled.
hard. As far as how we're kind of handling all of this, we have a process that really kind of doesn't change despite what's going on in the economy. We tend to invest in companies that benefit from long-term trends, and those trends are going to remain intact regardless of what the economy does. But obviously, we're having to scrub our portfolio and make sure that companies they will be impacted to a certain extent by a weaker consumer and a slower economy. And clearly, work from home is changing everyone's work environment. But we're really looking for those companies that are positioned well during this, and hopefully will actually come out of this even stronger, provided they have a decent opportunity for recovery.
Well, Jamie, I'm curious about kind of changes you might have made then to your portfolio. As I mentioned, your fund has done really well consistently. It's not just a one-year thing, but over the past 5 years, at least based on Bloomberg data. So have you made any changes because of the situation, because of the virus impact? Tell us about that.
Yeah, we've made a few changes. Thankfully, once we saw this start to hit, we really took a look, especially in certain areas like consumer, in terms of how hard these companies can be hit, what's going to happen to their revenues overall, and what can they do to really pivot a little bit and change what's going on. Certainly, other sectors like healthcare, if you have elective surgery, those are going to be in trouble. If you're a tech company and you have a lot of small and medium business exposure, or you're exposed to some industries that could be hit harder, like travel, we really need to scrub through those. We've made a few changes here and there. We've actually even made some ads, though, as well, for companies that we think that could even benefit from all of this overall. Clearly, you need to make sure that these benefits are going to be sustainable and not just a flash in the pan, but you really want to find those companies that have great management teams that can pivot well through this.
So, Jason, I love talking about specific stocks. So give us some names that maybe you've been buying into as a result of this thesis.
Well, I can't really talk about ones that we've been buying during the quarter, but I tell you some ones that we do like and have liked coming into this that I think you could take advantage. So the first one is called Lovesac, which is an interesting name, but it's one of our smallest companies we have overall. It's a $150 million market cap company. So pretty small. They make seating, so a modular sectional couch called a Sactional, and what's probably best described as a modern-day beanbag called the Sac. So very innovative products. They sell online as well as through showrooms. The company got really just trashed through this. They first got hit by the trade war in China, had to adjust their supply chain, and then they obviously had to close all their showrooms due to the coronavirus. So the stock got completely orphaned. At one point, this was a $40 stock. It traded all the way down to $4. And it's a founder-led microcap company, which you kind of, worry about good decisions that management makes. But these guys have really done just an exceptional job conserving cash, cutting expenses, pivoting their advertising and their customer sales support to really support online. And they reported a couple weeks ago, done an excellent job here. They're starting to see a lot more improving trends after a rough couple of weeks. Their e-commerce business was up over 400%. They think that they can be cash flow positive here going forward, and actually think they'll be back to plan here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So these guys have pivoted great. Stock's still oversold. It's down to $10, and like I said, it was up at 40. I think these guys have a lot more to go.
And it looks like no debt. And it looks like no debt on their balance sheet. I mean, their balance sheet looks pretty cool, even with all the stuff that's going on.
That's right. They're not a big company, but they got about $35 million in cash. I think they're going to be a survivor, and these survivors, especially in consumer that can make it through this, they're going to have a lot less competition going forward, and they're going to be winners.
I remember hearing about this. The ticker is LOVE, L-O-V-E. I believe Dave Wilson, our stocks editor, had it as his stock of the day a while back, and I just remember being uncomfortable hearing Dave Wilson say Lovesac. In any case, Bandwidth, B-A-N-D, is another one you like. Only got about 40 seconds here, but give us the pitch on that.
Yeah, so this is a cloud-based communication services company. They use their software expertise to get enterprise customers to carry their voice, and even more so these days, their messaging over Bandwidth's network, which they own themselves. So they carry voice traffic for a lot of the next-gen cloud-based service providers, companies like RingCentral, 8x8, Microsoft Skype for Business, and even they'll do some audio for video conferencing companies like Zoom, which, as everyone knows right now, is just crushing it. So right now, their customers are all market share gainers. They're getting bigger and bigger, more strategic accounts. They've been expanding into Europe with a lot of their customers. And like I said, they own their own network.
Right.
So incremental margins here on incremental revenue are going to be outstanding. And again, balance sheet's in great shape here. Just to the convert, head into this. Solid balance sheet, and they're looking good going forward.
Interesting time to be a stock picker. That is for sure. I love the bottoms-up analysis. All right, Jamie Cuellar, portfolio manager for Buffalo Funds, on the phone from Mission, Kansas. The buffalo, I believe, refers to the actual, like, buffalo, where the buffalo roam, not Buffalo,
I've seen Buffalo. Have you seen Buffalo?
I have, and I've seen your pictures from Colorado. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Markets,
order
headlines,
filled.
and breaking
order
news
filled.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on QuickTake by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelota. Down Tuesday for the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq. Oil collapses again. West Texas Intermediate plunging another 36%. I'm talking about the June contract here. WTI now at $12.91 a barrel. Equities lower across the board here with the S&P down 86, a drop there of 3.1%. The Dow down 630. That was a drop of 2.7%. Nasdaq down 297 points, plunging 3.5%. Bottom line here, S&P plunging the most in almost 3 weeks. U.S. COVID-19 cases rising 5.7%. This headline on the Bloomberg, biggest jump since April 10th. Treasury bonds rallied as turmoil in the crude oil futures market triggered a fresh bout of risk aversion. The 10-year today, the yield on the 10-year, 0.56%. Gold down 0.6% at $16.85 the ounce. Well, as for the market backdrop, Jamie Cuellar is portfolio manager at Buffalo Funds. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Obviously, we're having to scrub our portfolio and make sure that companies they will be impacted to a certain extent by a weaker consumer and a slower economy, and clearly work from home is changing everyone's work environment. But we're really looking for those companies that are positioned well during this, and hopefully will actually come out of this even stronger, provided they have a decent opportunity for recovery.
And we're just getting the latest numbers out of Netflix. First quarter streaming paid net change up 15.8 million. Estimates up by 8.5 million. Netflix first quarter revenue 5.77 billion, up by 5.5%. Quarter over quarter. Again, we are waiting to the latest numbers out of Chipotle Mexican Grill and Texas Instruments. So again, recapping here, stocks lower across the board. A lot of earnings reports to tell you about. We've got you covered. S&P down 86, down by 3.1%. I'm Charlie.
Order submitted.
That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Move around. Motion creates emotion.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
You move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
Shake. Shake.
All right, people, let's move like we've got a purpose.
Something's called movers and shakers. They cost a little more, but that name cracked me up.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and Shakers with Carol Messer and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, yes, indeed. Time to take a look at some of the movers and shakers. We've got a bunch of earnings, as Charlie just mentioned, crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Netflix has been on a tear this year. It was down about 0.8% today in the regular hours trading. It is soaring in the after hours.
Terror continuing after hours.
It was up as much as 10%, now about 8 or 9 or so. Let's get to some of those headlines. First quarter revenue, $5.77 billion. That's up 5.5% quarter over quarter. First quarter streaming paid net change, that is up 15.8 million. The estimate was 8.47 million. So keep in mind, the Wall Street community have these estimates based on a normal quarter for Netflix, right? Business as usual. Enter the virus. And we've talked about so many people streaming much more as they are sheltering at home. And so those streaming numbers roughly double. The company's also talking about the second quarter. It's the second quarter revenue of $6.05 million and second quarter EPS of $1.81 a share. So again, investors making some sense out of it as they go through the numbers. Lots of questions, I'm assuming, on the call. Stock is up 10.2% here in the after hours after being up close to 40% in the regular trade year to date.
And we're going to dig into those numbers in just a few minutes with our buddy Dan Morgan down in Atlanta. I do want to talk about Texas Instruments a bit. The forecast is the thing there. That's the redhead. Second quarter revenue, $2.61 billion to $3.19 billion. The estimate there had been for $3.05 billion. So in, kind of in the range there for sure. Let's just take a look and see.
Stock is up almost 5% here.
Right?
Yep, up almost 5% here in the after hours. So we're seeing that stock certainly take off. And that's going to be an important conversation, too, about watching these chip companies, because companies who are starting to get back to work, they're going to be accessing the chip sector, and it will hopefully give us an early indication of things starting to maybe get back to normal as factories get back to normal and, we get back to making things that use a lot of chips.
And actually that's a name that we'll probably ask Dan Morgan about as well. He and I have been talking about Texan for years.
Filled. Order submitted.
That's one where
they
are primarily in the business now of analog semiconductors, meaning tons and tons of different electronics across the world, cars and other home devices and things like that. So you wonder if they're getting a benefit from that or not, but we'll see what they have to say. That's certainly going to be a conversation we listen to as well. We're also, as you heard Charlie say, awaiting Chipotle, a company you're very familiar with. Carol, their stock was down today in part because they had settled or they had agreed to pay a penalty, I should say. That goes back to that big health scare, a $25 million criminal fine for food poisoning, 1,100 people affected by that. And, it seems like a long time ago, and yet it still had been talked about. And
Order
listen,
filled.
food safety is something that continues to be something folks are concerned about.
So a $25 million fine, right? Is that what you just said? So, and this is a company, just to give you a little bit of perspective here, that's got roughly about $5.6 billion in revenues for all of 2019.
Right.
So just a little perspective, and we'll see what they have to say. But, anytime you can put a settlement behind you, right, you're able to move on. We did want to mention just quickly Beyond Meat, because that is certainly one that has taken off big time today. A deal or working with Starbucks. Stock was up about 7.4% in the regular trade, and the stock is up roughly 12% so far this year, Jason.
Yeah. I love Beyond Meat. Had some Beyond spaghetti last night. All right.
Happy for you.
All right, volatility. You're going to pay me back forever, that spelling bee ref. All right, the VIX volatility up about 3.8%, closing at 45.48. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Hey, Mr. Wilson, Dave Wilson,
Order
back
submitted.
with us for
Order
your
submitted.
stock of
Order
the
submitted.
day. And
Order
just before you get to it,
canceled.
Dave, very
Order
quickly,
submitted.
wasn't
Order
Lovesac one
submitted.
of your stocks of the day last year?
It's something I've talked about in the past, yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right. Go on.
Then. But today it's Neighbors Industries, Jason. It's an oil driller that operates on land and offshore. The company was founded in 1954 and went public in 1978. The
Order
ticker
filled.
is NBR.
Order submitted. Order
Neighbor
submitted.
shares peaked in mid-2008, around the time that crude oil prices set records. And the shares have worked their way lower the past few years. Neighbor's decline is worsened this year as oil has tumbled. Since March 9th,
Order
the
filled.
stock has
Order
traded
submitted.
for pennies.
Order filled.
That put
Order
the company in
submitted.
jeopardy of
Order
being
submitted.
delisted by the New York
Order
Stock
submitted.
Exchange,
Order
which has a
filled.
minimum price
Order
of
filled.
$1
Order
a share.
submitted.
In
Order
response,
submitted. Order
Neighbors plans
filled.
a
Order
1 for
submitted.
50
Order submitted.
reverse stock split. The move will leave stockholders with
Order
one
filled.
share for every 50 they now own. It's due to take effect before trading opens Thursday. Now, the company followed the example of shale producer Chesapeake Energy, which I talked about last week. They did a 1 for 200 reverse split. Now, Neighbor shares dropped to their lowest price since August 1986 after the reverse split was set up. They closed with a loss of almost 20% at just 22 cents a share.
All right, Dave Wilson, really appreciate it. Thank you so much with his stock of the day. As we mentioned, we were going to hear from a lot of governors, and we do want to take you to Connecticut, where the governor there, Ned Lamont, is giving an update on the virus in that state. Let's listen in.
Is a lagging indicator, and the currently hospitalized, it goes up a little bit, but you'll find the 3-day trend is still headed down. Next slide, please. Again, you can see that the hospitalization in Fairfield is heading down again. That means capacity. That means we've reached our peak in the southern part of the state. Next up is New Haven, where that is flattening out. But unfortunately, you'll see that Hartford is continuing to ramp
Order
up.
Submitted.
And
Order
that's
submitted.
where you see this
Order
slight
submitted.
overall increase.
Order
so
submitted.
we're not
Order
out of the woods
submitted.
yet, but at least you see the progress we're making thanks in part to social distancing. This is one that always I find interesting because while there are ups and downs, at least you can see the 3-day trend, and hospitalizations is one way we can tell about our capacity, one way we get a real insights into infections into a regional community. Obviously, testing is going to be a lot more exact than that. And the next slide. This I find more relevant. This is daily admissions.
Order
the other
filled.
numbers
Order
are net
submitted.
admissions
Order
and the
submitted.
discharges. So a couple of things you see here. Yellow is Fairfield.
Order
You can
filled.
see where yellow
Order
peaked
submitted.
at
Order
over
filled.
almost
Order
120
submitted.
admissions
Order
a day,
submitted.
and now
Order
it's down
submitted.
to less than half
Order
that if you follow
canceled.
that yellow
Order
line.
filled. Order
The
submitted.
green line is
Order
in New Haven.
submitted.
You can see it peaked at a little lower amount, 80. Social distancing not as severe in New Haven County, and New Haven is way down now. And finally, you'll see Hartford, and Hartford, as I suggested before, is continuing to ramp up. Not as high as it was, say, 5 days ago, but still on the general upswing. And this next slide is really where we want to focus. This is what our daily testing has been. We've averaged on average
Order
about
filled.
2,600
Order
tests a day. You can see it goes up and down a little bit based upon Lab capacity, yes, but more importantly, reagents and swabs and a lot of what we talked about yesterday. And this is what we're really going to focus on today. A couple of things about testing that's important. One, a very preliminary, I told you yesterday about the app called How We Feel. And thanks to each and every, or thanks to many of you, the number of folks who signed on to How We Feel, that app, you can do it at Google, you can do it on your iPhone, went up 5 times. So now we have tens of thousands of folks, and we're able to get real-time information just in terms of symptoms going forward. So I urge you, tell your friends to go on that app. It's really important. We're also distributing the smart thermometers again as we speak, mainly at this point, the folks who are getting the discounted lunches. But most importantly, I just wanted to say this venture between Quest Labs and Hartford Health is just so important. What that means in terms of our being able to ramp up our testing capability to see who is infected. And as Steve will tell you, about 40% of the people who are infected don't even show symptoms yet. And right now, we only are able to test people who are showing symptoms. So we're missing an awful lot of the folks out there. And it's important that we be able to capture that if we're ever able to get back to work safely. And right now, Jeff, you're doing what, a few hundred tests a day? And this will ramp us up to 2,000 tests a day in the very near future. And it's 2,000 tests, right here in Hartford, but also in Norwich, in Bridgeport, New Britain. And Jeff was telling me they're going to have a mobile testing facility, so we'll be able to get those tests out to nursing homes and correctional facilities and homeless shelters and those places where we have the most contagion. And Steve has said these tests will be able to turn them around in 24 hours. They have drivers all over the state drive that test samples up to a lab in Massachusetts and get that turned around. And that's just incredible in terms of what that means and our ability to get this state moving again. Testing, the PPE, we do have the PPE beginning to come in now. We got over 100,000 new N95 masks, doing those for our nursing homes in particular, 2 million surgical masks to make sure folks who are doing food, daycare, and others, we can get that out into the working community, those essential businesses, to make sure that they're safe going forward. And if you're from a smaller business, you can't get a hold of those surgical masks because 8 o'clock Monday night, that was when we required the masks for all people working in those businesses.
All right, so you've been listening to Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont giving an update, mirroring in many ways what we've heard from some of the other governors out in California, of course, in New Jersey, New York, about the situation and what needs to still be done to get our hands and our heads really around the virus and get to a better place where we can start talking about reopening economies. In the meantime, Jason, a lot of talk about earnings here after the close. We got a lot of big reports.
So many big reports. Brand names, I should say. Chipotle is one that we were keeping a close eye on, withdrawing their prior fiscal 2020 guidance. That's certainly been a theme. Their first quarter revenue coming in, reports first quarter adjusted EPS, of $3.08. The consensus had been for $2.90.
Stocks up.
That's adjusted, yeah. So
stocks up more than 4% in the after hours, almost 5%. And I do wonder how much of it too is getting maybe that settlement behind them. All the legal overhang that's been on them after years of problems, certainly at a bunch of their restaurants. Texas Instruments also out. That stock we're seeing up about 2% here in the after hours. And then, of course, we talked about, I should mention, Snap was also out with their earnings after the close. Stocks up more than 10% here. And then we had Netflix, and we saw that stock rallying big time in the after hours. This tech community and what it says maybe about the outlook, the markets, I think is going to be important.
Well, and Netflix, it is a name that is on the tip of everyone's tongue for sure. So many people, as they are sheltered in place, and many of them apparently subscribing to Netflix. Let's break it down. Let's understand what's really driving this and how much of this was a huge surprise. Dan Morgan, Vice President, Senior Portfolio Manager for Synovus Trust Company, based in the ATL. Always good to have him on the show. He and I have known each other for, what, Dan, roughly 125 years?
123.
Yeah, there you go. Who's counting? So Netflix, wow, what a beat. What a surge here. Obviously, everyone, as we said, is using Netflix, but this still caught folks by surprise. Why?
Well, it's very interesting, Jason, because, we started off going into this first quarter with an estimate of, this was coming from management, of about 7 million new subscribers. And then we had all this data coming out from various sources showing that the number of downloads was huge, like you said, in the first quarter. So then the estimate started to move up to approximately 8.5 million. And I almost had to make
double
sure
check.
I was reading this right. I was like, I saw the number. I'm like, wait a minute, let me go back and look at the press release. But anyway, 15.8 million is mind-boggling, quite frankly.
Yes.
I think from all estimates that were even at the high end of the range, I heard somebody playing around with 9 million, but this number is just huge. And then to follow it up, they came out with second quarter guidance of 7.5 million. Even the upped consensus coming into this was at 5.5 million. So not only did you blow numbers away in the first quarter, basically double what you were, what everybody was looking for almost, but you actually kind of upped your expectations going in the second quarter. So to me, it was just a mind-boggling number. Like I said, Jason, Carol, when the numbers first came out, I don't know about you when you were on the radio show, but I was like, wait a minute, I must be misreading this. I've got to dig a little deeper. But
you always do a gut check to okay, do we have it right? What's interesting, and our Jerry Smith, who covers the media space for us at Bloomberg News, says, here's what Netflix says, and this is what's important, right, about what the outlook looks like for the company. Netflix says it's seeing, quote, temporarily higher viewing and increased membership growth during the lockdown, but that's being, quote, offset by a sharply stronger U.S. dollar. So they're talking about their international revenue impact. But the company, here's what I also think is interesting, Dan, the company says it expects viewing to decline and subscriber growth to decelerate as home confinement ends, quote, which we hope is soon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice.
Which maybe explains why the stock, which really took off, maybe has paired some of that enthusiasm.
Right. So you had, Carol, a lot of expectations over the last 30 days with all this preliminary data coming out and really trading the stock up. I mean, it was down in the low 300s, right, back in just the end of March. Made a huge move. So the bracket really went up in terms of expectations. So I think what they're trying to do, Carol and Jason, is they're trying to be smart about this and say, look, we're not going to keep up at a pace of 15 million, right, people per quarter. So let's kind of put some water on the fire here and get back into some sort of realistic number in terms of new subscribers. The other thing, too, we have to bear in mind is, are they going to be able to retain these, right? They got this huge jump up,
right,
and then everybody goes back to work, and they're like, should we keep doing it? And then so, I think they're kind of preparing us for that reality.
Well, and that you went right where I was going to go next, Dan, which is how do you model something like this? It's got to be difficult with a company like this, any sort of subscriber-based situation at a time when this disruption is so dramatic. As you say, everyone's habits have radically changed because this is also coming at a time where it's the most competitive it's ever been for Netflix. You have Disney Plus, you have Peacock coming out, you have Amazon